Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will begin in about 3 minutes. And please kindly take your seats and please remember to put your mobile phone on silent or on vibrate mode. Thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The 35th TWNIC IP Open Policy Meeting is held as a parallel meeting with ICANN APAC. We will now proceed to the IP Open Policy Meeting for the Cybersecurity Special Interest Group. Please welcome the moderator for the session, Mr. David Huberman, Technical Engagement Senior Specialist at ICANN, to introduce the panelists for us. Mr. Huberman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for joining us today. My name is David Huberman, and I work at ICANN in the Office of the Chief Technology Officer. Welcome to everyone. ICANN and TWNIC are very honored to host today's Special Interest Group on Cybersecurity. Our panelists have prepared some wonderful materials covering some very diverse topics, such as advanced DDoS defenses, understanding some of the newest threat landscapes in the Internet of Things ecosystem, a presentation on new and better ways to thwart attacks, and some analysis of some recent and interesting honeypot activity. So I would like to introduce our all-star panelists that are with us today. Joining us on the panel is Mr. Hikohiro Lin, General Manager of the Product Security Global Strategy Office of Panasonic. Welcome. We welcome Dr. Kunio Miyamoto, the Security Master of NTT Data CERT in the Security Engineering Department of the NTT Data Corporation. Welcome. And we welcome our friend Adli Wahid. Adli is a Senior Internet Security Specialist at APAC-TWNIC. Welcome, my friend. We will begin today with a presentation from our friend, Mr. Hikohiro Lin. Please, Mr. Lin, when you are ready.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you great. Thank you.
All right, let me start. Thank you for having me here. I'm very great honored to be talking ICANN engagement forum. My name is Hikohiro Lin from Panasonic. And let me introduce myself a little bit quick. I'm from the Panasonic Corporation headquarters from Japan. I'm in charge of product security issue. And I'm the founder and the rep of the Panasonic PCERT. And also I'm the founder for the Cybersecurity Lab. And I'm also the review board for HitCon and Hack in the Box. And you can see the right-hand side, the Tengu. I sometimes do the Tengu stuff. And nice to see you guys. So let me introduce some Panasonic overview. Our company is very Japanese traditional manufacturer. Employees like 270,000 people and more than 100 years old now. And we have 4 pillars of the business. People always know that we are making the consumer electronics like TVs and washing machine, air condition, that kind of stuff. Not only that, we are also making the housing stuff. And also we are the tier 1 for OEM, the car industry. We provide car system to Toyota, Honda, or Benz, BMW, Ford, that kind of OEMs. And also we are doing the business B2B. For example, you can see the picture here. This is the airplane entertainment system. And you can watch the movie at in the airplane, and you can also do the internet access in the airplane. We doing this kind of service. We have 80% share. We also doing this kind of business as well. And actually, everything is connected. Actually, we have many service product going to be connected to the internet. Of course, if you are connected to the internet, there are many threats. For example, this is a NICTR data. There are many attacking increasing every years. And almost half of them are trying to target IoT devices. And now also IoT malware is going to be increasing regarding to the Kaspersky data. So we need to taking care of the malware of the IoT. So now let me introduce our cybersecurity in Panasonic. Actually, we have 3 cybersecurity issues, like for example, IT security. It's very regular IT security, like internal Panasonic stuff. Also, the website, they're in charge. CSER is in charge of those IT security issue. And this is us, me. I'm in the product security center. We are in charge of the product, which provide to the customers, not only product services. And also we have the factories. We have more than 300 factories global wide. And of course, we need to taking care of the factory security as well. And the EXTER is going to in charge those things. And as you can see, everything is separated. And because we are report to the executive is quite different. For example, IT security, we need to report to the CSO. Product security, we need to report to the CTO and CQO. CQO is like Chief Quality Officer, right? And factory security, we need to report to the CMO, Chief Manufacturing Officer. So those 3 combined together, we call the cybersecurity. So actually manufacturer has a lot of things to do for the security. Talking about the product security, we have 2 pillars to support the product security. One is to minimize the risk, and the other pillar is the incident response. So two pillars can support the product security, also the brand of the Panasonic. So this is very highest priority for manufacturer, the product security. And now, when you're making the products, we have this kind of product life cycle. One first phase is the planning, and then you do the design, and also you do the implementation. And before shipping, you need to do the tests, many things, and on market. And this is the regular product life cycle. And each life cycle phase, we do many security activities. For example, when you do the planning, you need to do the threat analysis. And when you do the design, you need to do the security designing. And when you do the implementation, you need to do the secure coding. And before shipping, you need to test the product itself, whether they have the vulnerabilities or not. Before shipping, those green side, we call minimize the risk. So we do as much as we can to try everything about the product security, but this not going to be 100% secure because maybe new attacks coming after that, or maybe 0 day, or maybe we use many open source. So maybe if something happened to the open source vulnerability, then maybe we need to be fixed. But at that time, maybe we don't know. So maybe 70%, 80% secure. And after that, we're going to do the shipping and we're going to take care as the incident response. So this is the deal. So let me talk about the incident response. We have the Panasonic PCERT, meaning the product security incident response team. And we've been doing this for 10 years now. We start 2010. And this is a structure. I'm here, Panasonic PCERT headquarters. And under that, we have many Panasonic groups. For example, AP means the appliance company, and a life solution company here, an automotive company, an industrial system company. We have many companies, and they have the incident response team for the window. And we are here as a headquarters, is alternate, like government, cybersecurity, taking care of cybersecurity people, or cybersecurity vendors, and some academics and individual researchers like White Hacker. They report to us that we have the vulnerabilities. Then we're going to receive as a point of contact. And after that, we discuss, we analyze, and pass to our groups, divisions, companies. So like we are like coordination center, like we need to do the coordinate and pass to them to deal with whether this vulnerability need to be fixed, or if cannot fix, how we're going to deal with, whether we have other solutions to cover. And after that, we're gonna deliver new firmware to fix the vulnerabilities. And as you can see, when they report the vulnerability, they are very nice and very thankful. But the thing is, they are very nice, but what about the black hat, bad guys? They don't report to us. Not nice, they're not nice, so they don't report to us. They're using those vulnerability and trying to attack something else. So they're not gonna contact us. So we are very worried about that. So we also trying to do some new project. We call the PCERT upgrade, more function enhancement about the PCERT. And this project, we call Panasonic IoT Threat Intelligence. And we're using basic IoT device, for example, TV, washing machine, fridge, network camera, and some air condition, 9 devices, stable IoT devices we are selling. We use those products, making the physical honeypot to let them attack, whether what is going on, what happened after that. So we're collecting those attacking data And we found many malwares and such things we're going to analyze and get back feedback to the development teams, how we're going to deal with those issues. So this is some output, 9 devices, 840 million attacks to the IoT devices, 9 IoT devices. And we collected 70,000 more malware. 30% of them are IoT malware. And 7,000 is unknown IoT malwares we found. And those attacks, malwares, from ARMs, CPU architecture from ARMs and MIPS mainly. And also the malware family is mainly GAFJIT and Mirai the most. And which country attacking from is top 5 is US, China, Netherlands, Russia, and Vietnam at this moment. Well, every year change, but this is the fact. And last year, I don't know why, but camera and TV are attacking most. This is very interesting. So let me introduce what is the physical honeypot. You can see here on the left up, we mapping using the software from the NICT. This is very cool software. We mapping 9 devices. You can see the circle turn fast, mean that attacking fast, attacking a lot. So you can see TV and the network camera and DVD players attacking most. And you can see the fridge turn very slow, which means that attack very slow, mean attack less. Maybe they don't have any open port to attack. That's why maybe less. And right-hand side here, you can see the attacking, where they from. Every day, different countries attacking to those 9 devices. Visually, you can see. And here, this is the real one, real physical area we put. And sometimes they're flashing LED. You can see here, it's flashing, mean that they're attacking in real time. So that you can see real-time physical attacking. This is very interesting, right? And now PCERT will have more challenging here. Like, as you know, IoT is going to be getting increasing every years. And not only those information leaking, maybe do harm the people, right? You can use the IoT, you can compromise and do bad things. Also, we are concerning about the IoT malwares. It's very going to be huge incident like Mirai. And also the threats is more advanced and complex every year. So how the manufacturer going to take down those issues? And also going to be impact the business. As you know, the government is going to strict the law regulation about the IoT security. But our IoT devices is going to use like long life cycle, like maybe 5 years we can use as a fridge or TV, but limited capacity. Maybe you can update it, firmware, maybe every year, but not going to be after 5 years later. That is an issue too. But still, if we use those Panasonic IoT threat intelligence, maybe we can solve those problems. And that's my talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was really, really interesting. And the visualization of the real-time attacks was really, really cool. Thank you for sharing that with us. If it's okay with you, I had a question for you. You founded the PCERT more than 10 years ago, and you've been running it, and I congratulate you. That is a wonderful achievement. You think about all the lessons you've learned running it, and today, when you think about staffing an incident response team like you run, in general, what do you think some of the top skills you look for when you think about the ideal employee to join your team? I mean, what kind of hard skills or maybe soft skills most stand out to you that indicate a high likelihood of success as a member of your incident response team?
That is very tough question, and it's a good question. Actually, our PISA member, they are all professional for every areas. Like they're good at hardware and also software and network and also language. Because when you do the incident response, sometimes from the global, right? Maybe English or somehow. So the language also important. And also communication skill. Because when we receive the vulnerabilities, we need to report to the development team division, right? And we need to tell them very nicely that how we're gonna fix it, right? So very, very important communication skill to tell them how to lead to make them fix. So actually very superheroes, everybody here. But I think we cannot say that everything you need to be perfect. Some of them be going to be good, then maybe going to be the good members of us. Am I answering good question?
Oh yes, no, that's a wonderful answer. It's nice to hear some of your wisdom on the topic, having done it so long, and it's appreciated. Thank you. Okay, we have another great presentation next from Dr. Kunio Miyamoto. And Dr. Miyamoto, if you are ready, we would love to. Hello. Yes, please go ahead.
Can you see my presentation window?
Yes, we can see the PowerPoint window. Yes.
Now, okay. Now start my presentation. This is titled as Position Talk, Second ICANN APAC-TWNIC Engagement Forum. Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Kunio Miyamoto, a member of LTT DataSat. LTT DataSat is the CSAT of LTT Data Group, corporate-wide CSAT. And my job, my role is to respond to various of incidents. By the way, in our companies, host access, our computers access to host is one of incidents. Then such incidents must be decreased. The URL filtering system is useful to decrease the host access, but this URL filtering systems is managed by other sections like IT management sections. Then our own systems to prevent malhost access is needed for our missions, to complete our missions. And this is the main index of this presentation. Topics is five. The index includes 5 topics. One, decepting and security live next door to each other. And we think we decept a certain kind of responses for keep security. By the way, the word deception, normally we feel the word deception, but of course, but we use deception technology for preventing access to attackers and malhost and keep security. To keep security. The basic idea for deception is very simple. We deceive the attackers respond from attackers, and by using deception technologies, our in-house host and clients is protected from attackers. Next topic, attackers use deceptions. Defenders can use deceptions. What to do? Accessing to malware host is assumed as a beginning of attack, we think. One of easy way is the host deception that victims access to. And this is one of deception applying decepting technology. We call DQB, DNS Query Blocker. This is our original product to decept DNS response. This is other implementation to decept three-way handshake. And this is prevent connect TCP connection by using decepting three-way handshake. In fact, decepted SYNAC packet sending connection is jammed. We developed this DQB and shutdown. We call DNS response deception and three-way handshake SYNAC deception. And this basic concept and implementation is similar to Great Firewall. And we thought DQB and shutdown are homemade Great Firewall. Preventing access to malhost is easy, but hard for operation. We thought keeping operation simple is the key to work your and our system healthy. And this is the workflow of operation for DQB and shutdown. This is a web application operating DQB and shutdown. One way transition of web applications. This makes operations simple, more simple. Next topic, development for prevent to access malhost in our laboratory and run minimal systems as production. This is the POC system, proof of concept. These systems, DQB and shutdown development spent only 3 days. But this system, this system to production level developed to production system development and deployment spend about 1 year. And we learned minimal system that through this system's development. A minimal system is required for minimize our system operation maintenance cost. After deployment of DKB and shutdown runs for 5 years or more than 5 years, and now runs in our company and NTT data group infrastructure. And this is an overview of our intranet infrastructures. We use large amount of computers, 20,000 or 30,000 of computers. Most of the computers Windows operating system runs. Windows runs most of the computers. And more of them runs Windows embedded. But unfortunately, these computers is not applied to MS-17010 patches. And we have deployed and been operating security solutions below firewall, quarantine, USB port control, URL filtering system, endpoint security, and GEM. And these are developed by security vendor. And for us, these products, most of these products are black boxes. But negative effects to our DKB and shutdown is required not to affect negatively to these black box components and our business continuity. And we must care our business continuity and negative effect to these black boxes. And then we took about 1 year for researching intranet infrastructure overview and details. And we must our systems decubit and shut down as systems test and explanation to other section like IT systems management section. And in conclusion, we learned researching target infrastructure like intranet infrastructure is required to develop product development and deployment for us. To minimize system is required to minimize variable cost, like development and deployment and operation. 3. Decepting is effective way to prevent access into attackers' malicious host. 4. Home-based security system is like last 1 mile to complete your own security system. Of course, my own security systems. This is my prepared all materials as appendix. Our system works as ransomware infection. This is one of our incidents facts. Infected many of hosts to WannaCry. Left graph is infected host number, about 500,000 access a day. Right pictures is logs, access logs by infected host to WannaCry. In short times, very many accesses occurred. And this is all amount. These are all occurred by kill switch access WANAC line. This is my prepared all materials. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. That was a really interesting presentation. I commend you. It's not easy to build homemade, to develop software in-house that can so effectively monitor and deceive traffic in such a way that it so nicely protects our networks. So that was very interesting, and thank you very much for sharing. Our next presentation is from Adli Wahid from APAC-TWNIC. Let's see. Great. Adli, when you are ready, you can share your screen and begin your presentation.
Yeah, I think someone needs to disable their presentation first. And
there we go.
All right, so all good. All right, I'm gonna ask you the famous question. Can you see my slides?
We can absolutely see your PowerPoint screen.
Thank you. All right, all good. Thanks, David. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to ICANN and TWNIC for inviting myself and also my other colleagues to this event. I am the last speaker of this session, and what I will do is present some of our observations and findings related to the community HoneyNet project that we run. Interestingly enough, though, I must say that going into this conference, I wasn't sure what others will be presenting about, but happy to see my colleagues, my friend Nin-san and Miyamoto-san spoke a bit about honeypots, deception technologies. So I think this will fit right into the conversation, and probably we can have some interesting discussions afterwards. My plan of action today is very straightforward. I'm going to share, I'm going to highlight one observation, what kind of observations or attack campaigns that we see from our HoneyNet project. Then I'm going to pivot into talking a little bit about detection and remediation. The previous presentation mentioned already about detection, so I'll focus a bit about remediation, especially on a large-scale basis, and looking at it from the governance perspective as well. And last but not least, some lessons learned through our interaction with folks that are running these honeypots. My contact is there. I would be very happy if people reach out to me and we connect in some way so that we can have some conversation after the presentation. So those are my links. I thought of putting a bee photo here because I think in a lot of honeypots presentation, people would think about honeys and bees. But this is actually a very cool bee. It's a neon cuckoo bee. Maybe some of you have never seen it before. So if you want more information about that, reach out to me as well. The Community HoneyNet project initially was started out here at APAC-TWNIC for teaching. Maybe some of you are aware, not all security engineers are the same, right? Some are very capable, some are new, some do security, but in different areas of security. So someone who does security may not have seen a real attack before. I think that's what some of my experience in dealing with a lot of security engineers. They can secure and harden things, but when it comes to dealing with real attacks, a lot of them have actually never seen an attack. So we thought doing honeypots can be beneficial, especially in our training and engagements, so that people can at least see what a sample attack, an example of an attack looks like, right? So that you can defend better. Our HoneyNet also pushed data to another project that is running at APAC-TWNIC called Dash. So if you're an APAC-TWNIC member, you might be familiar with this. Essentially what it is that you can log into the portal and see if there's any traffic from your network hitting our honeypots. So that could be like a detection sort of thing. And the idea is that you can dig in deeper into those data sets. We share a lot with the security community, with the certs and C-certs, and do some collaboration. In this presentation, however, I'm just gonna focus on one kind of attacks. Our friend earlier mentioned about the IoT malware. This is kind of like that. And it's basically a bunch of honeypots that we run to emulate SSH and Telnet. And this emulation is quite interesting because Telnet and SSH is like a door to a house or to a system. right? And once you expose it on the internet, someone will come in and knock on that door and maybe try to enter. When I talk about SSH and Telnet honeypots to some friends, especially those who are in security for a long time, they will tell me, so what? What's the big deal? It's just SSH or Telnet. In fact, we thought that Telnet had died, but apparently not. They are making a comeback, and instead of using the secure method for connecting to a system, many of the IoTs and even maybe some computer systems still have Telnet enabled. But that's besides the point. The point is that once you have Telnet exposed on the internet, someone will try to enter, someone will try to come, which is interesting because then we can see what else they are up to. Our honeypots have no production value whatsoever. They're not as fancy as the physical honeypots that Panasonic has, but I think it's a start because those who are looking for access to systems would be actively looking for Telnet and SSH. So if they are being turned on and exposed, somebody will come for it. There's a lot of malware that spread using SSH and Telnet. So upon infection on a device, right, they will scan around to see if there are other SSH or Telnet ports. And the weaknesses that are being exploited here is a very simple one, right? Not some, remote code execution, buffer overflow, but rather weak authentication, right? These are people who never bother, or organizations who never bother to change the username and password or the default username and password, or in some instances, a compromised system may have keys that will allow people to connect to another system through SSH. So that's maybe slightly advanced, but it's very basic in how malware spreads through SSH and Telnet. And unfortunately, there's a lot of these activities on the internet. If you don't believe me, you can set one up and see it for yourself. But I just put here some graphs of activities in more or less last 24 hours. We have 50 or so plus honeypots running this in different locations around the region. You can see more than 8,000 unique IP addresses trying to get in, into the honeypots. And I think this highlights that bit of a problem, which I will discuss later on. How do you manage, all these exposed devices? But Telnet and SSH itself, somebody trying to connect to you may not sound very exciting. What is more exciting is what happens after a successful login, right? Because that's when, if it's an attacker, maybe they will park or put a script or download a binary on the machine, or run some commands, or execute a series of commands to hide its presence on the host. So that's more on the analysis side of things. But for this presentation, I'd like to highlight two common attacks that may not be so obvious to a lot of people, especially if you don't pay attention to network-related activities and so on. Now, as much as I'm excited to talk about this, I'm also disheartened because this is not new at all. Some of us who've been working with the CERT community for a long time, we've seen this like forever, right? And it's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger, despite many discussions and seminars and conferences on this topic. So one that is kind of worrying is the DDoS agents stressors type of attack, where the sole goal is to basically recruit as many machines or devices. It doesn't matter what they are. It can be a camera, it can be a computer device, it could be, they could be a virtual machine. As long as they can run a binary, a code on it that can connect the machine or the device to a mothership, to a command and control, it will just wait for further instruction, right? And in this case, we see that this is related to many of the stressors or DDoS services, DDoS for money, or DDoS as a service that you can, if you just Google it, you can find many shady entities offering this service. And it is through all this infrastructure that they have developed, right, during peacetime, right now when they're not attacking, that will be used to launch an attack. Now, I like to highlight this in many of the conferences that I participate in, especially if there are lots of network operators. Many network operators or organizations only care about the final attack, right? The DDoS attack that is against you. In this case, they're not attacking you or the organization that they are part of, but basically they are being recruited for the next big attack, right? So although they're not targeting you directly, they are being used to target other organizations. And the thing about some of these activities is that it's money oriented. This is for cyber criminals activities. So there is this equation that you have to think about, who is behind it, how are they sustaining their business? So that's basically some other interesting thing to think about. More recently, though, we see a lot of coin mining activities. So the goal is to get into a host, right, and to start mining coins and generating money for the actors or agent. Again, some people may say that, oh, this doesn't hurt me, right? But still, mining happens on sometimes production systems. I've seen this happening on web host routers like MikroTiks and a bunch of other devices that you don't want these activities to be there in the first place. Of course, the end goal is to generate money for the attackers, but the point is these two campaigns, they are very noisy, right? They are very obvious as well, because the scripts or the binaries or the droppers that they put or the artifacts that they put on the host, it's there for us to see and to analyze. And I've put some stuff here. I'm not sure if people can actually see it, but a copy of the slides have been sent. So you can download a copy if you want to see the config. What I have here on this side, on the right side, is a Perl script for this DDoS bot, right? Again, this is very old stuff that we keep on seeing today. Within this script, then you can get information about where the command and control is, what the channel name is that they use. So it's everything is available in plain sight, so to speak, right? So on this side, it's basically a script that they drop on the host to be executed. And when it is executed, it will download a binary, normally a Linux binary, that gets executed. And again, if you have an antivirus on that machine or a network antivirus that looks for malicious traffic, all of this will just ring a lot of alarms, right? But unfortunately, a lot of people are not seeing this, surprisingly. So this diagram down here is just VirusTotal output, showing that piece of binary that was loaded on the host, is kind of known. Same goes with the miners. For the miners, what is also interesting is that once it has infected a machine, it will then try to, first of all, do a lot of activities on the host. So there's a lot of processors running, CPU load is going to be very high. But at the same time, it'll be sending the results of the mining to a mining pool where they then collect their money, right? So the results are being sent to a location. So the point is, if you are observing network activities in the network, you will more likely, be able to detect some of this. For those who are researching, attackers or entities who are behind this, other information is also available in the config file, like the wallet address and maybe some infrastructure-related information that they use so that we can understand how big is this operation. Now, going back to this presentation, talking about detection and remediation. So honeypots is kind of valuable. And I think the previous two presenters have mentioned this as well for detection, because by right, that honeypot should not be getting any traffic or any activities. So getting things from it can be useful for organization to do detection. But because a lot of these activities are also in the public domain, like it's noise on the internet that everybody gets to see. Even if you don't have a honeypots, there are many other resources that you can subscribe to about activities coming from your network, right? So the security community talks about OSINT, open source intelligence. Maybe that's a fancy word for just feeds. So you can get feeds from Shadow Server, VirusTotal, Team Cymru, who may have some indicators of IP addresses or hashes or URLs coming from your network. So you can actually know that you are someone or an entity in your organization is up to something evil by getting this feed and then act upon it, right? Instead of waiting for somebody to tell you that something is bad happening on your network. The difficult part in having to deal with all this information, collecting all this data, is remediation. So, I mean, if I'm just a researcher, I'm just going to sit on this data and do some research and maybe come up with a paper or something like that. But we want to get this information out so that owners of the infected devices, because these are the ones who are actually hitting our honeypots, should know about it and maybe can fix it. Now, this is where the tricky bit comes into play. It is not always a straightforward thing. Like, we cannot reach the owners of the device. We always have to work maybe through a network operator or a web hosting company or something like that. They then will have to talk to their customers. They don't have access to those customers' machine. And in some cases, customers do not know what to do, right? They're not technical or they're not getting the right advice. And in the first presentation, it was mentioned, sometimes the vendors do not provide the fixes, right? So for example, in a lot of these cases, the username and password are the basics one, and they are hard-coded in the device. So even if the users change the password to a more difficult one, once the machine reboots, it gets back to the easy, admin password. And once again, that device is exposed if Telnet and SSH is exposed as well. So sometimes patches are not available, and therefore this is where maybe the operators or the organization have to apply workarounds. We heard about workarounds in the last presentation. The other thing that is also important when it comes to remediation is the attack infrastructure, right? Because attackers seems to be attackers seems to be able to do things freely, right? They can move things around very easily, so they never get shut down, right? So we are like firefighting, fixing one device at a time, whereas the attackers are maintaining a huge infrastructure for running code. And sometimes we're not getting the assistance for takedowns, or sometimes people are also not familiar on what actually to do in some of these instances. So there's no straightforward answer for this one other than maybe more conversation, more collaboration, and so on and so forth. So quick, my top 3 lessons learned from some of these experiences. One is on visibility. If you are not monitoring, or if you're not monitoring the right things, then everything can go in and out of your network without you realizing it, right? Or maybe you realize, when you realize it, it's already probably too late. I think lack of awareness is a thing as well, right? And this could be, lack of exposure, or maybe just a different perspective on what security is, right? Some people are waiting for that big APT, nation state attack, or DDoS attack, whereas some of the small things that contributes with that are being ignored. And I get a lot of this, it doesn't affect us, right? Our network is still okay kind of syndrome, not realizing that, not taking action put people at risk, right? Including, owners of the device, home networks, and so on and so forth. And I also see that sometimes security specialization means different things to different people. Some people care more about maybe when it comes to security, penetration testing. Some people care more about routing security. Others want DNSSEC, and so there is also maybe a fragment within the security community. Sometimes they're not talking to one another, or people just think their area is more important than the other person's area of interest. And last but not least, I think this is real lack of resources. There was an incident that I dealt with where there was only one host from this one network operator, which took about 1.5 years for them to actually take action. And it wasn't because they didn't want to take action. It was because, one, the management thinks that it was not important for the network engineer to take action. And number two, they didn't want to send someone to go and help fix the problem, right? Because we have no budget, we have no resources. So lack of resources can be very dangerous as well in dealing with security issues. So with that, I would like to conclude by saying that I'm just highlighting 2 issues. There's more, but maybe we can have this in a different session or different domain. If you would like to collaborate and know more about the APAC-TWNIC project, feel free to reach out to myself. So thank you for the opportunity, and I give it back to you, David.
Oh, thank you very much, Adli. Just to quick comment. We do have one more presentation to go, but oddly, you talked a lot about, your 3 takeaways, and one of them was about a lack of awareness. And that really harkens back to what Mr. Hikohiro Lin talked about when he talked about building and staffing a successful incident response team. And it's about communication, right? It's not just about conveying the things that you know as a security researcher, as a member of a security research team, as an incident response team, as a scientist, as an engineer. It's also about listening. It's about listening to what someone's trying to tell you about threats that they're seeing on their network that might be coming from yours, or threats to your network that you may not be aware of and you may not be specialized in, but it's really important for you to listen and understand. And for me, listening to your talk and really thinking about it, it really does come down to communication so much in threat mitigation, doesn't it?
Yeah, totally agree. And I think I feel that I'm also responsible for not being able to communicate things clearly, because sometimes we have this assumption that we all understand the same things, right? So if I show you something, I'm sure you will understand it and understand it right away. I don't take the time to understand your situation, right? I don't understand what ticks you or does not tick you. So yes, it boils down to communication at the end of the day, and I think that's an area where there's a lot of opportunities as well for all of us.
Yes, great. Thank you, Adley. Okay, so we are very privileged to have one more speaker on site in Taiwan. I would be very honored to introduce to you Professor Yi-Chun Hu. Professor, he's an associate professor at the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering at the University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign. Professor, welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm actually glad that Adley spoke before me, because I will be speaking about DDoS, and otherwise I would be in a talk full of honey nuts and being the only one talking a little bit about infrastructure. So I am a faculty at the University of Illinois, and I've been working on DDoS defense since before 2007. This paper, Portcullis, was published at SIGCOMM in 2007, and it tries to protect connection setup across multiple congested links using some global proof of work and a trusted puzzle seed. In the years that have come between 2007 and now, we are almost to the point where such a thing could potentially be implemented. Now we have potentially globally trustable routes through NIST security beacons, and we have a lot of familiarity with proof of work due to the crypto space. But anyways, I have been working more recently on some approaches that are hopefully more deployable than something that has made no traction for 14 years. And so first, I want to start out with an observation of what has been the academic approach to DDoS defense as opposed to the commercial approach. So we've seen a lot of cloud outsourcing, DDoS protection as a service types of vendors in recent years. And the idea is to park a server out in the cloud, direct requests to that server through DNS, and then allow that service to filter requests that look like they are attack traffic. Now, this has some issues. In particular, there's a bypass problem that an attacker might know the victim's IP address and might be able to access it directly. And, well, here, let me just move on to the next slide. Whoops. Sorry, could I get the next slide, please? My remote appears to not work. All right, so we have cloud approaches that have been deployed readily, and they're deployable and they're scalable. But unfortunately, they're not destination driven. What counts as a DDoS attack versus not? Which flows should be given priority? Those are all decided by the cloud service provider. Also, there's this bypass vulnerability where the attackers can access the nodes directly and bypass the cloud entirely. There's also the capability approaches that we've seen proposed in academia that requires permission for all traffic. And this gives the destination a little bit more control over the traffic that's coming. But these are quite difficult to deploy because they require extensive in-network deployment, in particular at the bottleneck link. And they're also not truly destination-driven in the sense that a lot of times a connection setup is protected in some network-specific way and not in some destination-specific way. Next slide, please. So what we've done is we've created Middle Police, which is deployable and scalable, allows for completely destination-driven policies, and has effective mechanisms for filtering bypass traffic. So here's the architecture for Middle Police. We have a set of cloud middle boxes, and these can be set in various locations, so you can have geographical distribution. And the middle boxes perform the policing on traffic in accordance with a destination-defined policy. For example, if you're a bank under DDoS attack, you might first prefer to give priority to your customers that have some kind of status, or if you're a cellular provider, maybe you'll give priority to your own customers before you start servicing new customers. So these policies can be decided on a per destination basis. Also, we address bypass by creating a simple packet filter that can be installed using an access control list somewhere near the bottleneck link, and this allows us to effectively discard the traffic that is trying to bypass the middle box. So we have, we're combining a flexible, well-provisioned cloud with an immediately deployable packet filter mechanism. And we found that this works quite well. So the graph on the top left shows that our increase in latency is relatively low. Graph in the top right shows that we're doing quite well to filter attempts to bypass. And the bottom two graphs show that we're able to meet our fairness goals fairly accurately, even under attack. All right, so thinking about another approach to DDoS is to actually provide secure quality of service. So quality of service is something that has been studied for decades. And the idea is that we would like to be able to say, I can get a certain volume of traffic from a specific source to a specific destination. But in order to do that, you need to make sure that every packet has is able to either tie itself to a flow at the point of each router, so each router will enforce the quality of service mechanism, or we need some way of having accountability so that if a user sends more than their contracted amount of quality of service traffic, somehow they can be penalized for that. So some of you may have taken a MRT here, and the Taipei MRT is an example of enforcement. They make sure that you paid your fare by having these ticket gates. And in order to get through the gates and get on the train or get out of the station, you need to pay. And that represents enforcement. Now, if you go to Switzerland and ride the train system in Switzerland, you will find that no one is forcing you to buy a ticket before you get on the train. But they do have people come around and check tickets from time to time. And if you are caught without a ticket, then you will be fined. And this is an example of accountability. But for accountability, what we need is some way of having authentication and replay prevention. Authentication because I need to make sure I'm punishing the right entity, and replay prevention because quality service is about counting packets, and I need to make sure that those packets were not somehow replicated inside the network. So I did this work in the context of CIAN, which is a path-based network architecture. A lot of the concepts will work in other next-generation architectures as well. But the idea of CIAN is it's path-based. So the source will choose a path to the destination, and those paths are subject to certain constraints. So just like your paths on the internet today are constrained by commercial considerations, the paths in Scion can likewise be constrained by commercial considerations. The combination of links within this path cannot be made arbitrarily. They have to be made in a way that satisfies the policies of the intermediate ASs. So each packet contains its path, and routers look at the path and forward it accordingly. This makes for simple routers and stateless operation. Now, if we want to be able to authenticate, if we want to be able to provide accountability to each packet, we need to be able to process these packets quickly. We see current high-speed internet links at 400 gigabits, and if you have 64-byte packets, that means you have to handle one packet every 1.3 nanoseconds. If you want to do this with asymmetric cryptography, things will not go very well. You can have a high-speed implementation of an asymmetric signature, and it will take about 100 microseconds per signature, which is far, far longer than the 1.3 nanoseconds at which you are receiving inbound packets. Now, the good news is that symmetric cryptography has come down in cost significantly, and if you use the AES-NI, the AES-specific hardware accelerated instruction set, you can do an AES operation in 30 cycles, which is about 10 nanoseconds. This is actually significantly faster than doing a single memory lookup in DRAM, which costs 70 nanoseconds. So if we do symmetric cryptography, then we can do high-speed processing, and we can process multiple packets in parallel, so we don't have a deadline of 1.3 nanoseconds per packet. So one of the mechanisms we designed is called DR key. The idea is that your AS will have a single secret value, and you use this value to generate a secret for every other AS using a pseudo-random function. So if you have some autonomous system X and it has a secret S, then what it'll do is it'll take that secret and use it as a key for a pseudo-random function on the AS identifier of ASY. And it will then create a key for X to Y. And this pseudo-random function computation can be done in 30 cycles, 7 times faster than a DRAM lookup. Also, all of the entities within this AS can share the single secret value, allowing the authentication to be not to a single router, but to every router along a path. And then, of course, you'll need the ASs to exchange keys because the secret value will not be provided to everybody. So what will happen is that there will be a key server, and each AS can approach every other AS and request a key from them. Because the number of ASs is relatively small, the number of keys that each AS needs to maintain is also relatively small. This gives us AS to AS authentication, and the way we get to entity to AS authentication is that we use this AS to AS key to derive an entity to AS key. And this gives us the ability to check every packet. So this is our APAC architecture. We can have per packet source authentication, and that can happen at every router and at the destination. This path information that we provide, called hop fields, can be unique per packet, and the path can be validated by the destination. We assume a level of global loose-time synchronization, easily achievable through GPS, quite readily also achievable through NTP. And we're able to prevent both packet modification and packet replay. So this gives us the authenticity that we need in order to have accountability for secure quality of service. In APAC, the routing information is carried in the packet. And in Scion, there is just an authenticator that shows that this path is put together in some way that is compliant with all of the policy. And that is given by this KH here. In APAC, all we do is we take this KH and we use it to compute the message authentication code that is specific to this packet. So we have a timestamp in there for long-term replay prevention. And then we also have information about the packet that's tied to this authenticator. Also, we can have source authentication using the DR keys mechanism we described earlier. So we take this key that is AS to entity, and we use that to authenticate the timestamp and the packet. And the total packet processing here is going to require 5 AES operations, 2 to derive the key, 1 to derive the old authenticator, and then 1 to derive the hot field authentication, and 1 to derive the source authentication. It turns out that 2 of these can be done in parallel, so the total latency is about 30 nanoseconds, which is still about twice as fast as a DRAM lookup. Now, this timestamp gives us long-term replay prevention. You can't replay, let's say, 100 milliseconds in the future, but you could replay immediately. And the way we prevent short-term replays is that we use a Bloom filter. And we have a construction for a Bloom filter that operates very quickly with very low false negative rate that we presented in 2017. Basically, with this mechanism, we can authenticate packets in such a way that we can provide accountability for quality of service systems. So this is part of SION broadly, which includes security routing mechanisms, some path control mechanisms for preventing flooding, some reservations, which is eventually what we want to get out of this secure quality of service. We have reservation mechanisms and priority classes, and also packet authentication. Now, this is an internet forum, and so I would be remiss to not mention that a lot of these mechanisms can be overlaid or underlaid on the internet. So there is SION Lab, which is an overlay on the internet that is running SION today. It doesn't yet, I don't think they're operating EPIC yet, but they are operating DR keys to my knowledge. And then also there are some SION and IP parallel over the same piece of fiber being done by Anapaya networks. And so it's possible to either run SION on top of IP or run SION alongside IP. And that's all I have, so thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Hu. For those who aren't familiar with it, I strongly urge you to take a look at SION Lab. It's very easy to look up at sionlab.org. They have some really interesting stuff, and they can offer it to you. Professor Hu, I had a question for you, if it was okay. You've been teaching for 16 years at the University of Illinois. And most interestingly to me, you've been working in the DDoS ecosystem for 14 years. And in 2007 and 2008 and 2009, I bet there weren't more than a handful of students and professors and colleagues you had who really even understood what you were doing. But now it's 2021. And when I talk to students, I'm amazed at the breadth of knowledge of internet that they have, the breadth of knowledge of IP, of DDoS, of DNS, of all these wonderful things that everyone here, we take for granted because this is what we do. And some of us are getting a little bit old and we've done it for many decades. I wonder if you could talk just a little bit about some of the things you've seen change in the 16 years you've been teaching about students, young people, and their understanding of DDoS and security and mitigations.
Yeah, so DDoS has been actually around for a long time, right? So the first DDoS attack was in 1999. And I actually had this on my slide set before I was cutting it down to 15 minutes. But more recently, of course, it's become more prevalent, and the issue is money, as Adli mentioned. So there has been more awareness. And I actually think that a lot of our students, especially our graduate students, are coming more and more prepared. They've seen more research. The internet is more entrenched in their lives. You know, our students who are coming in now are, I think they say, digital natives. They have lived in the internet for much of their conscious lives, and so a lot of things are more intuitive to them than those of us who came to the internet later in life.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Thank you so much. Okay, so we've reached the top of the hour, so it is time to say goodbye. I would like to very much thank our panelists. Professor Hu, thank you. Mr. Hikohiro Lin, thank you very much. Dr. Kunio Miyamoto, thank you. And Adli Wahid, it's nice to see you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. I hope it was very good for you. Have a wonderful rest of the forum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huberman, for moderating the session. And also thank you to all panelists for this very informative session. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to take a short coffee break. Refreshment is served outside. Please help yourselves. And our next session will begin at 3:15. So please be back by 3:15. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will begin in about 2 minutes. Please kindly take your seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will begin very shortly. Please kindly take your seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We will now proceed to the IP Open Policy meeting for the Cooperation Special Interest Group. In this session, we're going to shift our focus to digital transformation. Please welcome the moderator for the session, Ms. Joy Chan, Deputy CEO of TWNIC. Ms. Chan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone, and this is a Cooperation Special Interest Group. I'd like to welcome you, and on behalf of this ICANN Engagement Forum, in this session, we're going to be talking many things regarding to the cooperation. The cooperation is really the main thing. It's a foundation to work with everyone and each other. So the Cooperation SIG is really a broader special interest group talking about the different things, public, private, industry, and all the different opportunities for cooperation. So I have here with you on the floor that we have people basically based in Taiwan. But first, I'd like to introduce two wonderful speakers from the board. Jia Rong, he is going to be representing ICANN, and probably he's going to be representing APAC-TWNIC. And of course, the people here, we're going to be spending more time to talk and sharing and having a wonderful discussion. So my first speaker will be Jia Rong, and a little bit about him. Jia Rong is the Vice President for the Global Stakeholder Engagement and Managing Director, Asia Pacific from ICANN. So he actually engaged ICANN way back at 2013, but prior than that, he has many different experience working with different people. Also, he, as far as I understand, he was a diplomat. So he, within the Asia Pacific region, that he worked with many different countries, and he knows the region so well. Now that he's our representative in ICANN, so I like to give the time to Jia Rong, and he can share with us for this Cooperation Special Interest Group session to start with from the ICANN's point of view. Jia Rong, it's yours.
Thank you, Joy, and very glad to be able to join everybody. Is my audio good enough? Sounds good? Okay. Well, I have a slide, so give me a second to share it. Can everyone see my screen? Yes. Cool. Yeah, so very happy to be able to join. In fact, the ICANN APAC-TWNIC Engagement Forum, we started it a couple of years back, face-to-face, but because of COVID last year, things took a big turn. And even now, we were hoping that we could meet together in Taiwan, but unfortunately, we can't do that. Hopefully, we can see each other face-to-face next year when we do the third run. Very excited to be here amongst the panel, and thank you very much, Joy, for the opportunity. So broadly talking about, from a cooperation special interest group perspective, and on the theme of digital transformation, I think this is very timely because COVID has essentially fast-forwarded digitization in almost everything we do, in companies, in even small to medium enterprises. It's fast-forwarded the need for us to be digital. I'll share one very interesting anecdote about Singapore. We've been trying to go cashless. We use mobile payments, app payments. We've been trying to do cashless for the past 10 years, but we've never succeeded. In Singapore, we still like to use cash. And our minister traveled to other countries, and he wanted to pay in cash. And the people in another country, even like hawkers, they would say, no, I don't take cash anymore. You have to pay using mobile payments. But in Singapore, we haven't moved forward for that. But with COVID in the past year, cashless transaction, the pickup rate, the adoption has really sped itself up because now we want to avoid being able to having all these contact payments. We want to have contactless payment as much as possible. So it really, in a way, it's opportune that the silver lining behind the pandemic has helped push digital transformation, fast-forwarded it by maybe 5 years. And this is a good opportunity for us as a community to think about, how can we then further work with each other and collaborate to help each other be able to move forward even further on the theme of digital transformation. So I don't have anything particularly groundbreaking to share, but I do have a platform I'd like to share to explore whether we could use this platform amongst others to work with one another to improve our collaboration even further. So one of the things I want to share about is a space we have in ICANN. It's called the APAC space, APAC meaning Asia Pacific. Space literally is a space for us as an Asia Pacific community to come together. So APAC space is literally a space for the ICANN APAC community. We started this in 2015. And the idea was for the community, for our community in the region, to come together and discuss various issues that are ICANN related, mainly focusing on like DNS topics, policy development topics, centering on topics that are related to ICANN. And we do this every 2 months. Previously, if we had ICANN meetings face-to-face, we will meet together. You can see the photos. But now we do that every 2 months on a web conference format. We also have a mailing list that we can share news or discussions or issues on the mailing list with the group. So for those that, from our community in the region, if this is the first time you're hearing it, you can find out more at this link, apacspace.asia, and join us in the mailing list by writing to subscribe at apacspace.asia. So on APAC Space itself, essentially it is about a space for our APAC community to come together. And we are thinking about finding more opportunities for us to do that. We have a very robust internet governance community in the Asia Pacific region, but clearly for ICANN, our remit is relatively narrower, and the kind of topics we talk about are also much more technical, sometimes a bit very, very narrow, might not interest everyone per se. But we realize that some of the topics does cross-cut into communities in the wider region, and from which we can tap on a lot of expertise on. And I'm very sure from the Taiwan community, there are a lot of experts whom we can learn from. And I'm hoping that we can explore this idea of how can we leverage on a platform to come together and discuss more ideas. So some initial ideas we are thinking of, which we have kickstarted, was to discuss about the root server system, introduce the basics of the root server system, and there is a current discussion on the root server system's governance. So that is one track that we're exploring on talking about. Another track that we're working on is also on a regional mentorship program where we have leaders from the ICANN community, from the APAC community in ICANN. And we actually have a sizable group of regulars who've been attending ICANN meetings, who've been participating in ICANN, but they've not really been, not very clear about how they can participate more concretely. And we're thinking of working on a mentorship program by linking up the leaders, who are the veterans, with the regulars who are attending ICANN constantly and regularly. So this will help to foster our actual participation in ICANN policy making. And I'm very sure, amongst the participants here, some of you are leaders as well, and we can learn from you if you can be a mentor and help work with us. And tomorrow afternoon, there's a session which Kowe is leading. We will have a panel of community leaders in ICANN who will share their experience. So I'm hoping that we can also leverage on that discussion to help us develop the mentorship program further. Now, along the theme of digital transformation, one other track which I'd like to propose for us to consider as a community is perhaps a track on digital initiatives. Basically, just thinking about, every couple of months, we could set up a topic to have a speaker from the region, from Taiwan, for example, come and share about the digital landscape in your economy or region. Talk about, what are the latest initiatives, the latest transformations. And on the flip side, what are the challenges for the internet industry? And through this discussion, perhaps we could foster a stronger network within the region, just to understand how where the opportunities are, where the challenges are for our community, and through that, be able to, through the exchange, be able to explore better ways of collaborating and further developing our internet community further and the industry further. So what can we do under this track? Perhaps we could come together and suggest various topics. From our side, we'll pull them together. Then we'll invite you to come and speak at APAC Space, or if you have any speakers you'd like to recommend, or you can direct your community or your colleagues to our platform, or the APAC Space community to your platform to discuss on various common topics. Then we can explore cross-platform, cross-forum synergies. So that's something I'm proposing that perhaps we could leverage on, just take the approach of identifying platforms or forums in the region that we could better foster exchange over time. And broadly, those are a few broad comments. And that's it for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jiarong. I really appreciate your sharing, because I remember the last time when we were still be able to doing the face-to-face meeting at the ICANN, that your Asia APAC Space was something really, really worth to remember, because we do have this opportunity to come, to share, to bring our questions and challenges, also looking for the different cooperation among the different stakeholders in that space. So I think that's the goal, and I really appreciate Jiarong is doing this for this APAC region. Thank you very much, Jiarong. So without further ado, I'm going to be introducing you our second speaker, Nicole. I think everybody here locally know Nicole as the chairperson of National Communication Commissioner, but she also has many other titles. Today, she's going to use her title as the Digital Transformation Vice Chairperson to share with us. And as you all may know, that she is a very frequent speaker and a panelist, not just domestic, but also international. So her base practice is from the law, especially on the intellectual property. But also with the technology evolving, she's been catching up on all of those and setting up the regulation while she was the chairperson. So I'm really thinking that this is a very honorable opportunity to having Nicole to come and share with us on this cooperation with the digital transformation. So thank you, Nicole.
Thank you, Joy. Hello, Jiarong and Pablo. It has already been more than 1 year when we last meet in Melbourne, right? Hope we can see each other face to face soon. And the ladies on the stage and all the audience. Good afternoon. It's my great honor to be here to share to attend the corporate SIG. Thank you for the invitation. I think the digital transformation. Can you put my slides? Yeah. I think the topic digital transformation, there are so many different issues we can discuss within the topic, and can also discuss broadly from very different point of view. So today I'm going to focus specified from two sections. The first is just a slight comparison with the digital transformation and the internet governance. I think our people from internet community, they are familiar with the internet governance. So if we make some comparison with digital transformation and internet governance, we can know a little bit more about the digital transformation. And then as the vice chairperson of Digital Transformation Association, I'm going to share what the DTA is doing in Taiwan to promote the digital transformation. And then I think the other two ladies, they can share the real case and the practical case, either local or globally, for the case of digital transformation. Okay. the wrong button. Okay, so let's start from the definition of the digital transformation and internet governance. When we say digital transformation, the digital transformation is the integration of digital technology into all areas of a business, fundamentally changing how you operate and deliver value to customers. So you can see the keywords is the integration of digital technology and into all areas of business. So digital transformation is something concerning about the business. As to the internet governance, I think we are all familiar with internet governance. Internet governance means that the development and application by multiple stakeholders, right? Governments, the private sector, and the civil society in their respective roles of shared principles, norms, rules, decision-making procedures, and programs that shape the evolution and the use of the internet. So that is what we understand about the digital transformation and the internet governance. According to the definition, we can see the internet governance, we all work together, including the civil society, the international intergovernmental organizations, and technical community and academia, and of course, private sector and government. Just remember that government is only partial role within the internet society. And concerning about the digital transformation, it is we can see a few key successful factors within the operation model of the digital transformation, including the enhanced corporate control, the customer experience, product and service innovation, and of course, distribution, marketing, and sales, and the digital fulfillment and the risk optimization. So I think after the explanation, we can see, we know more about the operating model of digital transformation and internet governance. But no matter internet governance or the digital transformation, we're trying to synergy the value and towards the digital innovation, no matter technologies or the business model. So right now, we are facing the paradigm shift era. We are now living in a world of digital opportunities, yeah, as Jarong said, especially after the COVID. Yeah, there is a joke on the internet that the most powerful driven force of the digital transformation, of course, is COVID-19, not the CTO or CEO or whatever top leader. So we are now living in a world of digital opportunities, and with those opportunities comes a new set of challenges, of course, including the recession, the climate change, and other challenges, requiring new mindset and a new set of regulation. So right now, it is a paradigm shift era. So as so many topics we discussed in the Internet Society's different forum, we are focusing on the most of the technical issues concerning about the intelligent connectivity. So intelligent connectivity is the foundation of digital transformation, there's no doubt. The internet not only connects us to our friends, families, and communities, but it is also the foundation of the global knowledge and the digital economy. Digital everywhere. Digital is technology, but digital is also transformation of how you work, how you make decisions, how you interact with others. Every company is a digital company. So ready for the new normal? Internet and the digitization and the digitalization, there's different meaning about these two words. Yeah, I will explain later. Have disturbed the way we live and work. So digital transformation is the way organizations responding to the paradigm shift in the digital world. They adopt digital technologies to reshape the competitive advantage and create new business model and value. So that is the general definition and the general the concept of the digital transformation. So what is digital transformation? Digital transformation has different definitions depending on the focus of each different organization, but we can still see the common ground. No matter from Wikipedia, the integrating physical processes with digital data to optimize and solve problems. That is the definition from Wikipedia. And from WEF, new technologies has redefined customer expectation, enabling business to meet this new expectation and changing the way people live and work. So we can also see the common ground. The first stage, the utilize the digital technology, of course, yeah. For digital transformation, of course, we should utilize the digital technology no matter the different technology we heard every day. The cloud, the data, deep learning, AI, edge computing, IoT, AI, whatever, including the cybersecurity. And of course, when we utilize the digital technology, we need to solve problems. Yeah, that is important. To improve customer satisfaction. So we need to solve the problem, enhance our procedure, or enhance our usage of the technology. Then, very important, create new value. Create new value. No matter productivity improved, creates new value, even new business model. So life should be focused on worthwhile things. So we can see the common ground, utilize digital technology, solve problem, and create new values. The development of digital transformation, it is important. Digital information is not a goal, nor a linear process, but a non-stop journey. It's a journey involving interactive processes and multiple stakeholders. Again, because we need to build a new ecosystem. So generally, we will divide it 3 steps into the digital transformation. The first step is digitalization, analog to digital. From paper to digital. And every process in production line can be tracked with digital tools. That is the first step, digitization. And the second step, digitalization. Efficiency improvement and process optimization. We use the new technology to improve, enhance the user experience and operational optimization. And then, when we go into the real digital transformation stage, new business models and new values we have created. So be created business model, adopting digital technologies to reshape the competitiveness advantage and create new business model and value. That is, we analyze the digital transformation 3 steps. So what is the benefits of digital transformation? Those benefits can be seen in improvement of customer experience, empowering employees, optimizing operational processes, developing innovative products and services or markets, new business model, organizational digital innovation capability, and accumulation of digital assets and the digital organizational culture. So that is, that are the benefits of digital transformation. We can conclude into the engage customers, empower employees, optimize operations, and transform of their services and products. companies are aware of digital transformation but lacking effective action plans. This is DTA's observations from Taiwan. The observation one, Taiwan companies have a higher awareness of digital transformation than the global average. But Taiwan companies are not fully prepared for embarking on digital transformation. So with intensified competition and the impact of innovative technology, SME, small media enterprise, are facing the dilemma of innovation and need to accelerate digital innovation and the technology application to avoid losing market opportunities. So they are facing the dilemma. And there should be some methods and a procedure and a mechanism for them to adapt for the digital transformation. So this is what DTA is doing in Taiwan. Taiwan Digital Transformation Index, that is DTA is creating right now. What is the TDX? TDX is starting point for companies to embark on digital transformation. With this scale, companies can access their digital readiness, their position, and find out what they need. Why TDX? The TDX is valid and easy to use, expandability, can be fine-tuned for different industry. We all know that the different domain knowledge are important when we are doing digital transformation. So can be fine-tuned for different industries is important, and global but local and flexible. Companies who are interested in carrying out digital transformation, and manufacturing services, industries, and information service providers, it means that solution providers and SMEs. How to do that? Establishing norm standard, so the companies take the scale test, can get their ranks of digital readiness in certain industry. The annual results can be used to track the effectiveness of digital transformation. That is what DTA is doing in Taiwan. We are trying to build up a cross-institutional alliance. The first step is to build the ecosystem. So you can see in the middle, we combined, aligned with all different industry, including the ICT industry, manufacturing service industry, and other industry. And we can divide the ecosystem into two different sides. The one side is supply side, and the other side is demand side. The demand side, we collaborate with a different association in Taiwan, including the Taiwan Electronic Manufacturers Association, the Technical Textiles Association, and the other manufacturing and external trade development council. And the supply side, we collaborate with the Information Service Industry Association of Taiwan and Taipei Computer Association, and etc. So the goal is to providing TDX solutions and the tools. They can build up the scale, they can know the scale and the competency and the benchmarks, know what they are at right now. So the strategy is trying to build a connected ecosystem. You can see in the middle, the TDX ecosystem. We use the networking, cross-institutions alliance, and use the benchmark to do the evaluation. And the companies can see the performance indicator scale. Then exploration, it is the, try to collect the benchmarking cases and the talent, of course. When we are on the digital transformation journey, we need so many different talents, including the architecture, the consultant, and of course the engineers. So this is the digital transformation ecosystem. So I think my introduction is give you a brief introduction about the comparison of digital transformation and the internet governance, and the basic definition and of digital transformation and what the DTA is doing in Taiwan right now. So that is all my introduction and presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Nicole. Nicole is talking as the vice chairperson for the Digital Transformation Association, and as we all know that this digital transformation is happening everywhere along the globe. However, that it is not just a technology, it's about data, it's about process, it's about the people, it's about the organization. So I'm proudly going to be presenting Prabal as our next speaker. Prabal is the Strategic Engagement Director from APAC-TWNIC. Whenever that we have APAC-TWNIC conferences, Prabal is the one who's helping me to prep for doing all the cooperation SIG. He understands how cooperation is needed, and I'm very happy to have him in this session to share with us regarding to cooperation, regarding to the digital transformation. So Prabal, there you are.
Joy and everyone, it is so good to be here with you, though here, unfortunately, is not physically there. I think this panel is a good example, not only about cooperation to discuss in an interdisciplinary way the important subject of digital transformation, but this panel is also itself a great example of digital transformation triggered by the pandemic. I am here in the living room of my house by myself, speaking in front of my computer. My kids went out to have a pizza, so there was no interruption to my participation. And it is very hard for me to imagine that I am talking through a screen and there is an audience and a panel in a stage present in the Howard Plaza Hotel in Taipei, thousands of kilometers away from where I am based now. And this event, I think we need to recognize, is one of the first very successful hybrid events where you are able to have a community present in a location that has managed the pandemic very well. In Taiwan, it is able to have a gathering of people all in a room where there is coffee and snacks and there is this interaction that I truly, absolutely miss very much from the era before the pandemic. I'm not sure if there are handshakes and hugs or if there are social distancing rules, but it is very nice to see people gathering, and I am very envious about that. At the same time, in this event, half of the speakers were not able to travel, so moderators and participants, such like myself, are trying to appear the best way we can, as if we were there, doing our best to interact seamlessly with you in this hybrid format. And I think this is part of turning things digital and turning processes digital. There is a lot in the organization of this event to make this interaction possible. So we are indeed riding this massive wave, as Nicole showed us in her slide, bigger than bioterrorism, economic crisis, climate change, and the COVID pandemic, which is a digitally transformed event. And it goes through all the steps that Nicole just said. It is sort of digital because it is recorded and archived and streamed, and it is possible to have it through digital means. And also all the processes are transformed and accommodated for digital participation as well as physical participation. I really liked how Nicole explained synergies between digital transformation and internet governance. And let me just, to finish, add a thought. Jarong explained the APAC space as one of ICANN spaces for cooperation. And as Joy said, there is also this space, which is the Cooperation Special Interest Group at APAC-TWNIC, which was created about 7-8 years ago. And the Cooperation SIG is a forum for discussion about broader internet issues. As you know, in APAC-TWNIC, we tend to limit ourselves to very technical content, but Cooperation SIG is this space where there is the possibility to discuss wider issues such as public policy, internet governance, and topics such as digital transformation. So it is I think that thanks to leadership such as Joy as a very capable chair of this initiative, who also was able to bring the spirit of the Cooperation SIG into the TWNIC and ICANN engagement forum. I think this is about exactly having a conversation between different experts. And I'm not an expert on digital transformation, but I would like to bring this expertise of the spirit of cooperation that I think is essential to discuss wider issues. And with that, I would like to be able to interact with other speakers as well.
Okay, great, Prabhu. Thank you. We really miss you. I hope that we can really work together, for more and more cooperation SIG to help everybody to really see the value and the spirit of it. So I'm going to be turned the next microphone to Julia. Julia is the VP of Engineering at Inquitec. Now, I know that Julia, that you have been working as engineering from the technical side, but digital transformation is obviously very important for your organization as well as for the other organization that you have been working for in the past. So over the years, when we are talking about digital transformation, when you are working with the product team to developing new things, I'm sure that you have seen the transformation that's happening. So do share with us your story about what you see here in Taiwan, that when you are acting as the engineering VP, and how do you see all these changes happening? Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. And thank you, everyone. It's an honor to be here. Okay, got it. And also thank you, Nico, because she did a great job to save my time, because my first slide is going to, it doesn't work. Okay. So thanks, Nico, because this slide, she did explain detailed the definition for digitalization. Actually, there are 3 levels: digitalization, digital optimization, and digital transformation. So it will save me a lot of time. Let me start with the case for music industry. In the old time, people listen to gramophone records. It's analog music. And then in year 1982, the CD get invented. So at the time, around that time, the music got digitalized. And in year 2000, when I worked at the Universal Music, we are trying to build a music service, including the downloading and subscription part. At that time, we faced 2 challenges. The first one is we're trying to make the digital song size smaller, because at that time we don't have 5G, we don't have 5 mega download speed. So we need to reduce the music size to be smaller to fit the current at that time's network, and without losing the quality of the song. And second challenge is at that time the digital right management is not very mature yet. Digital right management is the technology that to able to protect the song only be accessed by the user that pay. So I have to flew to Seattle every week to work with Microsoft engineer at that time to solve the problem. Like I need to configure the music able to transfer to 3 devices, or even I can configure the song with 1 month's lifetime, so we can have a subscription model. Until 2014, this is the first year that online music sales exceed the physical store. So the digital transformation for music industry actually took like 20 to 30 years to get that point. Okay, so for how do we do the digital transformation? Usually involved with the people and organization, and the right culture and the right technology. And you will see that in the following case that when I work at Yahoo and the HTC. Why still? Okay, the first case is when I work at Yahoo Taiwan. This is the payslip I get every month. Around 2010, they stop sending this kind of payslip. They're using email to send out the payslip. This is a typical the typical example of digital optimization. How do they do it is HR will find a vendor solution to provide this kind of service, and then the MIs will work with HR to integrate the third-party solution in-house, and then work with security team. In Yahoo, we don't call security, we call it paranoid. So paranoid team is responsible for checking the process to meet the security guideline. For example, all the email need to be encrypted and able to decrypt by the password. And if employee forgot the password, need to be able to reset. So this is the first case. And then next one, move on to HTC. HTC was famous for manufacturing the phone in year 2010. And at that time, and then the executive want to extend the phone business to include cloud service. For 2 reasons. One is have a better user experience. For example, we're going to have more feature like backup your phone in the cloud, or find your phone or ring your phone when you lose your phone, able to find your phone on the map. Also, a feature like you can configure your wallpaper on the website. And so that's the first one is to improve the user experience. And second thing is we want to have a better profit margin, because of manufacturer phone the profit is not good. So we want to make more money from the content service. So that's why we start. So in 2011, the HTC Sense.com release. That was the feature that I mentioned before. So in 2012, actually, the HTC phone sales hit the top and then start crumbling for the following years. So the executive is trying hard to find a second times for transformation. And in around 2015, the Valve Corporation. Valve is the biggest game developer. Game distributor in the state, came to HTC. They are developing a virtual reality game. They have a OS called SteamOS. So they want to leverage HTC's manufacturing scale. So they came to HTC. And so HTC signed a 2-year exclusive contract with Valve cooperation. That's how the Vibe and the Vipors start. So, and then how do HTC do it? In year 2010, they hire like 200 to 300 cloud engineer. It's the culture for cloud engineer are so different from phone, because like for example, the phone engineer always work until like midnight, maybe 11 or 12. They cannot go home by 9 p.m. And then, however, the cloud engineer always focus on the working effectively with efficiency. So the cloud engineer always go home earlier. So they have a two different culture team. So how do they working together? So the executive, after years of merging and reorganization, finally we find a way to have a common standard process and a standard, so to let both sides working together. This is the, so that's why I mentioned that we need the right technology, right organization to make the transformation happen. And this is the current company I'm working at. 2 days ago, the big news is that Microsoft acquired Nuance with $19.2 billion. And for such merge acquisition, usually they need to do due diligence. The due diligence checking 3 things. First is the financial status. Also, a second thing is the employee. Is the important employee still with the company? Third thing is the patent. So for the patent part, usually it will, for Nuance actually have like 4.7 thousand patents. If you want to hire one lawyer can finish 10 patents per day, you probably need 20 lawyers to finish all the patents and provide a report in 47 days. Then you can get a report. But now we have a tool, we have a service that we can run the report within 10 minutes. So that's the beauty of that. We transfer the patent. We are doing the patent digital transformation. In this chart, we will show. Okay, this is old slide. Anyway, originally I provided Nuance that report. It shows the top 3 target is what's the target? What's the potential target is that. We will, based on the patents for citation, that means who cites Nuance patent most. The top 3 company, actually IBM, Google, and Microsoft. That means Google, that means Microsoft acquire Nuance is a good deal because their overlap patents are strong. Okay, so how the benefit, Nicholas mentioned that the benefit of getting digital transformation is the empower people, transfer product, optimize operation, engage customer. But what's the core? It's that it's the digital feedback loop. So we need to have we need to build our digital feedback loop to know what's our customer activity, and then tracking them and able to react to those in terms of product and other things. So I will say next big things for digital transformation is to build the digital feedback loop. Okay, that's my share for today.
Thank you, Julia. Yes, we are transforming, but we need the loop back so we can do it better, right? And last but not least, I'm happily to present Daphne. Daphne comes with many, many good stories, so stay tuned and hear from her. She is now the country manager for Cookpad. But prior than that, she really changed everybody's life here in Taiwan, because now that after the meeting, when I walk out from the Howard Plaza, I can just call a Uber to take me back home. And she is the lady who actually brings this service to Taiwan. So let me welcome Daphne, and you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Okay, I will. So Julia talked about a bit of the, the back end of the engineer side of the work, and I'm not specialized in that area. So I will talk about the front side of how digitalized transformation impact every single one of us. And so a bit of my background. So I joined Groupon 2022, and then I joined Uber 2013, and as a first 300 employee globally. So I launched together with 2 other co-workers of Uber Taiwan. And in 2017, I also launched Uber Eats in Taiwan. That also changed everyone's life about eating takeaway. 2018, I joined Cookpad Taiwan as a country manager. And so today I will walk you through the 3 companies that I experienced about the digital transformation. So the first one, Uber. So before Uber, I think everyone's familiar with this. So we either queue for a taxi, or we hail a ride, or we get someone to call a taxi for us. And this is how the story began. Originally, Uber's founder, Travis, and he was thinking about how do we make this more efficient just by push a button, your car will be arriving. And then gradually the idea becoming everyone's private driver to attract more people use the product. And Uber is known as a disruptor, and it's nothing new. It's actually it's an existing business for a long time, for many, many decades. But we transforming into a digitalization platform way. And in fact, if you see those 4 companies on the slide, Uber is the largest company in the world that with the rides company, but it doesn't have any vehicles. And Facebook is the largest media platform, but does not create any content themselves. And Alibaba, the same, did not have any inventory, and Airbnb did not own any hotels. So I think that's crazy, because about 9, 10 years ago, no one thought about this. And that is really also known as a sharing economy. So we talk a lot about collaboration, cooperation, kind of the way in this new world. And I think it is really what the platform provide and connect the person or a group of people who have the service together and find another group of people who actually need the service. And we can see actually by 2025, the revenue is expecting to reach $335 billion. And Uber is also, what is the platform for, right? Like, what is the benefit of this? And it is about the data, so how we can really use the data to help every single person's daily life. So what we do a lot of time is monitor the supply and demand. So when we can monitoring and kind of trying to balance out the supply and demand, there are so many things we can do. First thing, I think everyone's quite familiar with this, surge price. If you use Uber before, when the demand is high, if you want the rides, you would pay a bit more for that. And taking rides are all about the efficiency. How do we get driver to pick you up on time in the right place? And how do we deliver a customer to the place they want to drop off? That is very important. And the third thing is even, I think it happened like 5 years ago, the upfront pricing. When we have enough data, we are able to predict people when they need to take a ride, how much is gonna be from A to B. And Furthermore, there's a technology for also the driver side to help them to work more efficiently. So in the US especially, so if a driver is going towards a certain route, they want to make some money on the way to their destination, they can actually use the function to help them to make some money. And the next one is the forward dispatch. This is something I found is amazing in Uber, because in the old days, if you request a car, they will dispatch you to a driver that is possibly close to you but do not have any customer in the car. But with this new technology, the system can dispatch you to the closest driver, and this driver will end the trip soon. So in that way, save customers time and also help the driver to save the time and money to not going somewhere else, like further away. And the next thing is to help driver to identify where is the popular area to pick up customers in certain time, certain day. And lastly, Uber also provides the technology of the daily report for the driver, and what's the pattern, how to help them to make more money, etc. And in fact, we actually have a team of basically a team to calculate driver economics, to basically see what's the average earning, average trips, and how can we help those maybe underperformed driver to make more money, and how can we share the best practice with everyone in the community. And that leads to the next business, Uber Eats. Food delivery also is always there. It's nothing new. And the platform is really simple. Basically, a platform, a device, connect a restaurant with the courier and the eaters. But what the beauty of this technology is, before Uber Eats, restaurant can only rely on the customers who walk past by or in the neighborhood. And the customers can only go to a certain restaurant in the neighborhood. But now, with Uber Eats and also other food delivery platform, customers and restaurants are able to reach each other within 2 to 3 kilometers. And customers can also have more category, a selection when they want to eat. And Uber Eats also provide like dashboard and trying to, Nicole was talking about is the new digital world is all about add value and then the new service. Before, when you go to a restaurant, you need to draw something what you want to order on the paper. And I really doubt in the end of the day how many restaurant staff actually calculate how many dishes in each of the category they actually sell in order to improve their service or their revenue in the future. But with dashboard that Uber Eats provides, you solve all the problems, because each of the order will go into the system to tell you what are the foods and dish, and then whatever you sell actually make more sense, help you to make more money. How can you improve next time? There's a customer satisfaction. Before, you can't really, even the customers didn't like your food, there's no way you will find out about this. But now with Uber Eats, you are able to actually find out more information to help you to improve your service in the future. And in fact, there's 25 to 40% of the revenue for the local restaurant are now coming from the food delivery. And also, I think people probably heard about this, the gig economy. And this provide with the courier, the other stakeholder. So there's the eaters, restaurant, and the couriers. So couriers are now able to work whenever they want to work. They have a flexible time, and the requirement for this kind of work is really, really low. So there are many people are suitable for this type of job. Yeah, and what's important thing is Uber Eats is a transformation from for the local restaurant, right? And what's next? There are much more potential digital transformation from Uber Eats. I actually took this, borrowed this slide from the Cloud Kitchen Taiwan's GM Willie, who was my first coworker in Uber. And that is it. This is something they are building right now. The founder also is Travis, Uber's founder. Restaurant can be a cloud kitchen in the future. What does that mean? This is cloud kitchen. That means you will not actually need to open or own a restaurant in the future anymore. Why is that? And then Cloud Kitchen will also work with all the food delivery platform like Uber Eats, Foodpanda, like Deliveroo, so on and so forth. And then there will be a waiting area for the courier to pick up the foods. And why? Because it's much more quicker to open up, and then the cost is much more efficient to open up. And the third, the company, Coupang, that I'm working with, is the third case study I want to show you. It's also food related. Coupang is the biggest recipe platform in the world. So before Coupang, this is how we find a recipe. So we go to a bookstore, find recipe books, and maybe we will check about a couple of the recipes that suit us, and then that's it. We will buy another book. Or we will write something down on a piece of paper. But there are much more than just a recipe digitalized. Because when you can digitalize business, there are much more you can achieve, especially the customer satisfaction. How can we make cooking fun every day? So that's something that Coupang want to achieve, rather than, okay, another platform that's digitalized, the like actual physical cookbook. Let's do something fun. So Coupang is actually founded in Japan 1997 and listed in Japan 2010. And so it's not only just simply share recipes, ideas, and cooking tips. And now, because we believe cooking can be happier, can help us to build a happier and healthier life for the people and community and planet. So that's why our mission is to make everyday cooking fun. And why? I'll give you an example. When I cook for my family, for my children, what I'm thinking about is how do I feed them healthy food. When I think about that, I need to go to find and buy ingredient. When I buy ingredient, that ingredient, where are those ingredients coming from? How did the farmer grow those ingredients? That is actually impact our environment. And then the environment potentially it's lead to something, the connection to global warming. Every stage is actually linked to each other. So coming back to when I go select ingredient, I will start to cautiously think about what to cook, what to buy, and what to give to my children to eat. So every single person have a different reason to cook. But we believe as long as people start cooking, those issues, those problems, those things we want to make better, we can build a better world. And what is Coupang for? Not just a recipe platform. Coupang is actually a world community. So now when I want to cook pad thai, I can actually go to Coupang Thai website to find a Thai local users who actually cook a real pad thai. And then I can learn from that person. Or maybe I want to do a Spanish Spanish like called air. I can also like learn it from there. And the platform is before when we want to cook something, we check the book, we check our note. But now when you go to the platform, you can see the popular search from all of the users in Taiwan. And I can save my recipes in the platform, so I don't need to go through all these papers again. And I can find some numbers about my recipes. People are checking my recipes, so maybe this fish perform really well because people like this type of dish. And you can, or even cook snap someone else's recipe. So I often trying to learn from someone's recipe. So after I follow this user's recipe, I can send a feedback as a cook snap, say, I follow your recipe. This is how I did it. And that is the community. And a lot of people ask how Coupang make money. So in Japan, there are 2 million premium users So like $2.6 per month, they subscribe to the service. And 66% are the premium service revenue, and 24% on the ads revenue. And premium service is actually just a subscription model, which I think subscription model is going to be very popular in the next few years. So we have 100 million people use Coupang around the world. And we have 77 million recipes have been created on the platform. And there are 70 countries, 30 languages. Imagine half of the people actually subscribe on Coupang. What happened? And so lastly, because of this, this is the business model we do, and we actually have some extension of the business. So in Japan, Coupang is really, really popular right now. It connects the local farmers to the customers. And because of COVID, there are more and more people use the service. And also we work with Amazon at Alexa. In the future, when you're cooking in the kitchen, you don't need to check your phone anymore. You just talk to Alexa. Alexa, can you tell me what's next step for my 炒饭? And Alexa will tell you, oh, maybe add more garlics. And so lastly, we are also trying to build some smart kitchen equipment. And so personally, I'm really looking forward to the smart kitchen part of it. And that's it. And what's next for your business then? Thank you.
What's next for your business? I am hoping that one day that Daphne is gonna, one day soon, Daphne is gonna invite me to her kitchen, and then we can cook with CookPad, I guess. So my wonderful 5 speakers has shared different point of view from the digital transformation. And I like to now, when we are getting close to the end of the session, if there's anyone who wants to have a question asked, a comment, please come forward to the microphone. And maybe 1 minute for 5 minutes, I hope I still have. So for each one of my speakers, what's a word of encouragement for digital transformation? Jiarong, do you want to go first? Let's go by the order. A word for encouragement in the days of digital transformation.
If it's one word, it's hard. How about a sentence?
A word, a phrase is good. Thank you.
Always look for the silver lining. It's kind of like, the pandemic, we think of on the negative side, but it's really helped fast forward digital transformation. So I guess, it's a lot of it's about mindset.
Wonderful. Thank you. Nicole?
Yeah, change.
Change.
Yeah, we need to change for a better life. Thank you.
Okay, bravo, my dear partner.
I think it's action. Like, execution is everything. Let's make it happen.
Okay.
Sorry, I lost my Zoom mute button, but I am here. I feel digitally transformed in a cooperative way after attending this session, but most importantly, I am so hungry that I am going to just ask for delivery right here, right now, because it was a delicious thing to hear Daphne talking about all those food transformations.
Yes. Julia, did you? Yeah.
I have 2 words actually. It's the feedback loop. So it means that we need to catch all the voice, all the data from customer or from our from everywhere to improve our product or operations.
Okay. Thank you all for the participation of the cooperation. I hope from here on there's much more opportunities we can work together. And thank you for all my speakers. It is a wonderful cooperation working with all you guys. You guys are wonderful. Thank you, and this will adjourn the session.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chan, for moderating the session, and thank you to all panelists for the in-depth discussion. Please take your seats downstage, and thank you very much for your sharing in the session. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the IP Open Policy meeting for the IPv6 Deployment Special Interest Group. In this session, we're going to focus on IPv6 traffic measurement. For the session, please welcome the moderator, Mr. Yongyu Lin, Section Chief at the Department of Frequency and Resources at National Communications Commission. But before that, let's take a photo first to conclude the session before we move on. Please look at the photographer in the middle. Thank you. Thank you very much once again. Please take your seats downstage. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the moderator for our next session, Mr. Yongyu Lin, Section Chief at the Department of Frequency and Resources, National Communications Commission. Mr. Lin is going to introduce our panelists for us. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Lin onto the stage. And Mr. Lin, the floor is yours. We also like to welcome our panelists on site onto the stage, and our moderator is going to introduce our panelists for us later on.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're still waiting for our speakers to join us online because there are parallel sessions, as we all know. So please be patient with us, and thank you for your understanding. Okay, so I will now hand the floor to the moderator for the session, Mr. Yongyu Lin from NCC. Mr. Lin, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to see you participating this IPv6 deployment SIG session. I'm the moderator of this session. My name is Yongyu Lin, and serving in National Communications Commission in Taiwan. And the charter of the IPv6 deployment SIG is to share information and experience and best practice and measurement and statistics on IPv6 deployment, and to review technical and security and engineering issues related to IPv6. In this session, we have 3 speakers. The first one is Mr. Fan Tianhui. He is Manager of Technology Division VNPT from Vietnam. His main responsibilities are designing and planning VNPT's mass area network and IP core network. And he will present IPv6 deployment in Vietnam. Please welcome our first speaker, Mr. Fan Tianhui. Mr. Fan, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now I will start my presentation. Could you hear me? Okay. Please wait me in a moment. Okay. My name is Phạm Tiến Huy from VNPT Group of Vietnam. Now today, my presentation, I will introduce some of our experience in IPv6 implementation in our network from 2000 until now. And my presentation today have 4 parts. Firstly, I will give you some brief introduction about my company. The second is our plan to deploy IPv6 in our network. The third topic is our current result. We have deployed the IPv6 in network until now. And the last topic are some technical issues we had to face, and we had passed it. Now I will move to the first section. Our company is one of the largest telecommunication operator in Vietnam. We providing both fixed service network and mobile service. In fixed service, we provide fixed phone and internet service. For example, fiber optical network. We also provide IPTV and VPN service. In mobile service, we provided 2G, 3G, 4G service. And last year, we had trial 5G combo show. And maybe in the next year, we will officially launch the 5G service. And in Vietnam Telecom communication market share, we are the largest fixed broadband service. And in the mobile service, we are the second largest in Vietnam. And that's some brief introduction about my company. And now we will move to the main topic of my presentation today. I will share you some information about our plan and our steps. We have deployed IPv6 from 2000 until now. From early 2000s and to 2011, we have prepared the plan very early. From 2000, we have performed some activities on IPv6. For example, we organized some technical group on researching about IPv6 and the IPv6 application can be suitable for my service and my network. In that time, we also implemented IPv6 child in our lab because we have to prepare very carefully the IPv6 child to get all the technical issue we have. Maybe we have to face and prepare the best practice for it. We also checking the IPv6 compatibility of our existing networks device. We also working with the network vendors and many network operators who has some experience in implementing IPv6 to choose the most suitable model between the many IPv6 model. As you know, at that time, there are many IPv6 model. For example, dual stack, 6RD, dual stack light, and at that time, no model was mature enough. So we have to discuss very much to choose the best model, the most suitable model for our network. At that time, to research and to child, we also providing some IPv6 disline internet for a few customers to get the experience. So in 2011, we built our plan from 2011 to 2020, following our national IPv6 plan. From 2011, our government released a national IPv6 plan. It had three phases from 2011 until 2020. The first phase is preparation. The second phase was start phase, and the last phase was the transformation from IPv6 to from IPv4 to IPv6, and accordingly to the national IPv6 plan, we built our own plan. Our plan have 4 phases. We prepare for IPv6 from the 2012 until 2013, and from 2014 and 2015 we make the child phase. From 2016 until 2018, we get the transformation phase, and the last phase complete. The reason why we divide in 4 phases, because in our experience, we knew that to deploy IPv6 smoothly, we have prepare step by step, and we have to do everything very carefully, because if we deploy the IPv6 not so smoothly, it may be impact to our existing service and our existing customer is very dangerous for us to prepare the service to the customer. And from 2011 to 2014, we prepare to implement IPv6 widely. We make the network reviewing to ensure that end-to-end IPv6 service can work. We review all of our network, includes both fixed network and mobile network. At that time, after reviewing our existing network, we realize that our network can deploy IPv6 quite easy. So we implement the IPv6 child. Firstly, child for the fiber internet service, and the second we made the child for the 4G service. And after the child, we realized that dual stack model was the most suitable for us because it was more effective than other models. The next section in the technical issue, I will explain more detail about that. From 2014 until now, we officially launched IPv6 for fiber internet users. From May of 2018, we officially launched IPv6 for 4G users. And now we have a very good result about the IPv6 deployment to the customers. Now we implemented IPv6 for all cities and provinces in Vietnam. We have 60 cities and 63 cities and provinces in Vietnam, and now we cover all our national network. We can provide IPv6 service for all fiber service and for all our mobile service. We enabling IPv6 on all our peering connection, and we activating IPv6 on whole our transport network. And now all of my network can provide IPv6 to all customers who have the demand. And now we have nearly 6 million fiber subscribers and 5 million mobile subscribers using IPv6. Now we have on 6 million fiber subscribers. So the number of 6 million fiber subscriber active IPv6 is on our fixed customer. But we have nearly 30 million mobile subscribers, but now we have only 5 million mobile subscriber active IPv6 because you know that the issue of the mobile handset is quite different with the fixed network, because in the fixed network we build our CPE. We build our firmware, so we active IPv6 default in the fixed CPE. So every customer can use IPv6 at the beginning of the service, but the mobile handset is quite different because we didn't manufacture the handset. There are many mobile handsets vendor, for example, Apple, Samsung, Oppo, Huawei, and many others. So we cannot guarantee about the firmware of the mobile handsets, and now the mobile handset not active IPv6 by default. It's still active IPv4 by default, and if the users want to use IPv6, the user must active IPv6 in the APN setting of the mobile handset manually. So that is the difficulties of the deploying IPv6 for mobile subscriber. And the next section, I will explain more detail about our technical issue. You know that in the network, in our existing network, we still use IPv4. So if we deploy, for example, the 6RD or dual stack lines, we have changed almost of our network router, and we have to change our service model. So it's very difficult. So so after the trial, the dual stack model, we think that the dual stack is the most suitable model for our network, and I think it will suitable for other service provider, because the dual stack will impact smaller to the existing network, and the IPv4 users will not be impact. The IPv4 service when is running normally, not impact. But to deploy the dual stack model, we have some issue have to guarantee. Firstly, the network node have supporting both IPv6 and IPv4, and the network node must have the good performance for both IPv4 and IPv6, because you know that when we turn on the IPv6 on the router performance will increase very much. The CPU and the RAM will increase very much. So to get the good performance for both IPv6 and IPv4 service at the same time, the network node must be I think that and the network node must be quite the, for example, must have quite good performance to guarantee for the both service. And the most important thing is that the CPE and the mobile handsets, they must support IPv6, because you know that there are many CPE handset manufacturers in the world, and there are many kinds of handsets. So the most important is that the mobile handset manufacturer must build the firmware supports IPv6, and to increase the IPv6 user, I think that they should default active IPv6 in the firmware, because if you see the APN setting in the mobile phone, you will see that now the mobile firmware now still active IPv4 by default. If you want to use IPv6, you have to manually active by the setting. So that is the thing that impact on the IPv6 users. So if the mobile handset manufacturer active IPv6 or dual stack default in the firmware, I think that the number of IPv6 subscriber will increase very much. So that's all of my presentation today. So if you have any question, please feel free to ask me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fan Jianhui.
Yes.
Is there any question for Mr. Fan? Okay. The second speaker is Mr. Geoff Houston. He is the chief scientist at the Asia Pacific Network Information Center, where he undertakes research on topics associated with internet infrastructure, IP technologies, and address distribution policies. And he is widely regarded as the preeminent researcher on IPv4 exhaustion. And he is routinely referenced by international agencies and frequently quoted by the ICT media. And he will give us the presentation entitled IPv6 Deployment. Geoff, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for that, and good evening all, or good afternoon where you are probably. It is a pleasure to join you. Yes, this afternoon or this evening, I'd like to talk about IPv6 deployment, and I'll spend a bit of time sort of answering a few of these questions that I think are on everyone's mind. Where is it actually being deployed today? Where is it widely deployed, and where are the most active areas of V6 growth? And as we sort of enter the second year of COVID-19 and the disruptions with this virus all over the planet, it's actually interesting to ask if our plans and deployment for IPv6 have been disrupted in any way because of all these lockdown measures and so on that have been happening over the last year, actually. So to start with, let's sort of take a big picture and then look at some maps. This is a plot of the percentage of users of the entire internet who can use V6. Now, the bottom scale is in years, 2014, 2015, 16, 17, and so on. And I've marked out the previous full years, 2019 and 2020. And this is the percentage of users, 0%, 5%, and somewhere between 25 and 30% of users. Don't forget, the internet has approximately 4.4 billion users. So when we're talking about over 25% of users can use V6, we are talking in excess of 1 billion people these days. Very big numbers. I also look at the difference between preferred and capable, because having two stacks working on your device doesn't necessarily mean you're going to prefer to use V6. You might, for example, use V4. And so capable says, if all I can use is 6, can I use it? Preferred says, if I have a choice, do I prefer V6? So some subtle differences between the two. Let's have a look at the world map though. If red is nothing at all, and green is everyone can do 6, at the start of January 2019, the bits that were in the middle were the United States, Germany, India, and some scattered amounts of Southeast and Southern Asia, and Brazil was slightly orange, but there was very little green. Move that forward by 12 months, and deployment in India sort of started to take even more momentum. And you also notice other countries, particularly in Asia, but of course France and Finland and the United Kingdom made some moves. And most recently, a couple of months ago, January 2021, the first of the countries to go more definitely green, India, has certainly made moves here. Let's focus on Asia for a second and actually have a look in there at the various countries. And let's have a look at Southeast Asia. And so Vietnam, we are watching you. It seems that the V6 deployment program really took off across 2018. And it sort of moved from less than 10% of the population of users in Vietnam at the start of 2018. And by the end of that year, it was up around 25%, moving up to 35%. Over the last 2 years, it's been more or less stable, and the growth from 35 up to 45% has been more moderate. But the big impetus in Vietnam was 2017 and 2018, which really made the moves here. And now it's almost infill rather than dramatic moves. Myanmar, more recently, moved in mid-2019, and they're currently up at around 20% of users in Myanmar. Thailand, slightly earlier adopter, 2016, 2017, but here it hasn't plateaued yet, and 2020 was still a fair amount of strong growth. Malaysia has been doing this for many years, and again, steady, constant growth. And right now they're up over 50% of their users. The Philippines actually only did it a year ago, almost precisely a year ago, in late April, moved from 4% up to 12% in a single move. And so some of these providers simply just turned it on at some point after testing. In Western Asia and the Middle East, the big move is actually in Saudi Arabia, where over the last 18 months or so, there have been moves by the big three to go all V6. One suspects that the regulator got involved and there's a certain amount of collective action. United Arab Emirates actually pulled back a bit in 2020. I'm not sure why, but again, up at 30%, it's quite good. And Israel, finally, after many years of testing, moved in 2020. In Southeast Asia, the dramatic story is India. They're now up around 70% of all users of V6 capable, which is an astonishing achievement when you consider how many users that actually means, because India has a huge amount of users. The bulk of the work was done originally by Bharti Airtel back in 2017, and a number of others followed suit very, very quickly. But even in 2020, the numbers continue to rise. Sri Lanka, slightly slower, but very definite activity at the end of the year and the start of this year. And Nepal, again, another, it took a while, but then again, very dramatic movement across 2020. In East Asia, of course, here we are in Taiwan, and the bulk of the move in Taiwan from 0 to 30% happened in 2018. And again, there were some times around early May and in October where some providers moved almost overnight. Since then, in 2019, there has been further deployment, and 2020 was more about consolidation. But now almost half of the country's users are V6 capable in Taiwan, which is quite an achievement. Japan, which was a very, very early adopter, hasn't even got to half yet. While they've been doing this now for almost 10 years, it's been a very, very slow rate of progress. And while it's increasing every year, none of this is dramatic. So I'm not exactly sure why it's sort of so slow. It's consistent but slow. China is another, strange story in some respects. There's certainly some concern that it's not higher than this. Some folk in China actually believe they've done a full rollout already, and they may well have, but our numbers indicate that currently in China, around about 20% of users, which is a lot of users, because there are many, many users in China, around 1 in 5 are V6 capable at the start of this year. And the bulk of that work happened across 2019. COVID certainly slowed things down in 2020. South Korea, SKA Telecom did work with 464XLAT a long time ago, back in 2017, but since then, not much. And actually, it's one of the few countries it's going backwards. Australia, 2017 was sort of a noisy year. There was a lot of testing, and I think things were being turned off and on again. The service stabilized by 2020, and around 1/4 to 1/3 of users in Australia are now V6 capable. And similarly in New Zealand, around 28% or so, they did their move a little earlier, but again, the service is stabilizing. So what can we say? Well, 2020 was not a big year for V6. In 2019, there was a 6% growth in users. Globally, it moved from 18% to 24%, but 2020, half that rate. And so the global percentages was from 24 to 27. But oddly enough, you know, in Asia, it's still been moving. And across that 2 years, Sri Lanka, if I move down here, Malaysia, Taiwan, the net growth over those last 2 years has been 19% of users across that 2-year period. And Vietnam, 18% of users got turned on over that 2-year period. And similarly in this region, Thailand at 15%, Australia at 15.3 as well. That's the 2-year growth. We can actually look at the year before COVID and the year of COVID. India moved in 2019 up from 53 to 63, but then didn't move as much in 2020. So by the start of 2021, they were only 72%. So the biggest moves were in 2019, less so in 2020. Percentages of users, though, per country don't tell much. What we can do is actually look at what that means as people. The number of people that actually use V6 in each economy. And these numbers kind of get very interesting. And what we're looking at here is the number of users that were connected to V6 in that 24 months. India added a further 161 million users. China, 118 million users. Again, these are phenomenal numbers. In Vietnam, you turned on 10 million users over that 24-month period, which in absolute terms is a dramatically big achievement. And Taiwan, 7 million users over those 24 months. So it's pretty clear that of that 470 million users that got added, the bulk of them were in those two big economies, India and China. Big because they just have a lot of people. And so connecting them in actually means connecting a lot of people. And so if we look at annual growth rates, what you actually see is for 2019, the big move was in India, China, Mexico, Brazil, France, and Vietnam. But if you actually look at Vietnam, 7 million got connected in 2019, but a further 2 million got connected in 2020. So it might well have been that there were some impacts from COVID, lockdowns, slowdown in deployment, because it was just a hard year. The same in Taiwan, that the bulk of the activity, 5 million new users in 2019 and 1.5 million new users in 2020. So it's pretty clear that COVID seems to have some kind of impact here on our deployment. And overall, it was about half of 2019. I was actually interested in this and I was trying to find out, was it at the start of the year or the end of the year? When did lockdown happen? When did the movement change? And so I was looking at month by month growth rates. And it's kind of interesting, across the summer period in the Northern Hemisphere, June, July, August, things slowed down. Whether it was COVID or things just slowed down in summer, I don't know. But there was certainly a slowdown. But when you look at India, the bulk in the green line of new connections was March, April, May, and then a large connections in October and November peaked, and then less in December. So there was kind of two phases in India. In China, the blue line, oddly enough, there was this massive shift near the end of the year in September. Huge number of users connected in a single month. Whereas at the start of the year, where I think they were deeply impacted by COVID, the activity was a lot smaller. And so there is some degree of monthly breakdown, and together with, I think, a break over summer across that year. Now, just in closing, to give us enough time for a few questions and other bits and pieces, let's just go back to this bigger picture again that I showed you at the start. And let's start thinking about where we're going. This is not where we're going. We are not trying to make the world dual stack. That's not it. We want to get rid of V4. What we want to do is get to the point where V6 is the only network protocol and that V4 isn't there anymore. And so the real question, I suppose, that all of us have to think about is, where are we? Well, if we fit these numbers in, we've got about 1/3 of the users on dual stack. And so we're about here in the "you are here" point in the big plan. But it's taken us 25 years to get there. And in some sense, we're following a trajectory that has been used by many, many other technologies. And whether it's mobile phones, laptops, washing machines, air conditioners, all consumer technology follows a very similar path of adoption. The initial work is the enthusiasts, and we certainly saw V6 enthusiasts. Once the enthusiasts sort of do their job and say this is viable, you get the early adopters and the risk takers, the folk who generally jump early, who are willing to try something out. Because at any point in that early phase, it might fail. There's no guaranteed outcome at that point. At some point, though, there's what we call an inflection in adoption, where everyone else will get there. It's just a matter of time. And so up until that inflection point, failure is always an option. But once you reach that inflection point, the mainstream takes over, and then just the latecomers come in at the end. But it's an inevitable process. So whether we're talking air conditioners, mobile phones, or V6, very similar curve, because there are very similar pressures at play. Where are we in V6? Because it could be the case that now that we're up at 30%, it's just going to happen. Because if there was an inflection point, it would have occurred a couple of years ago. That was almost the last point where it might not have happened. And it's certainly true that one view is the world will go V6 at this point. It's just a matter of time. But that's only one view. There is another view that we're still yet to reach this inflection point. And you kind of go, why is that? If 30% of the users can do V6, surely it's not going to fail at this point. Surely this is where we're going. Now, this is not what you think it is. Because I don't think the alternative is V4 anymore. The V4 network's finished in terms of being able to address everything with the unique V4 address. That's over. And it was over by the time we started using NATs 20 years ago. But you kind of wonder if there are other networking technologies that we're going to move towards. Because what we're doing with V6 is the same we've done for the last 40 years. This is actually quite old technology. Destination-based packet forwarding networking architectures is the same as in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s, right? And all we did with V6 is make the addresses longer. We didn't change things. But oddly enough, if you look at what content data networks are doing and what so many folk are doing in terms of trying to make V4 addresses span bigger and bigger domains and get rid of address uniqueness, the network architecture we're actually using these days, oddly enough, is name-based. The name system, the DNS, is actually more important than addresses. And so we're actually able to make NATs work, even though they shouldn't, because we're doing so much more work at the application level using name-based architectures. And so when we look for the next 10 years and look beyond that, the real question is not V4 versus V6. That's a done deal, I suppose. It's V6 if that's where we're going. But the tension, I think, in network architecture is this next generation tension, the tension between destination-based packet forwarding and name-based architectures, which we're now just starting to get into. And the way we're doing with content-based networking, if you think about what we've done in the last year almost the entire internet is content-based streaming. That's all we ever do these days. And content-based network architectures is what drives the internet. And that might well be the technology that we're looking at in the near to long-term future as an evolution from IPv4 or v6 or v anything else into a somewhat different architecture completely. It's worth thinking about. So that's the big picture. Thank you very much for your time, and I'll happily answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. And the third speaker is Mr. Charles Liang. He is Department Manager at Taiwan Mobile. Charles is responsible for IP system design for mobile and fixed network and core networks for mobile network. And he will present IPv6 deployment in the view of operator. Charles, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Charles Liang from Taiwan Mobile. It's an honor to receive ICANN APAC-TWNIC's invite, and I'm here to present the current deployment of Taiwan Mobile's IPv6. Year 2000 is no ordinary year due to the COVID-19 pandemic. It seems like the world has paused in every way: economics, traveling, socializing, and so on. Let's say the Taiwanese government have been doing slow precaution in order to let the public work, study, travel the country without disturbance. And because of the country's hard work and devotion, the ICANN APAC-TWNIC engagement forum can be successfully held in Taiwan via physical and online meeting today. On to the agenda for my presentation. First is the company profile of Taiwan Mobile. Taiwan Mobile was founded in February year 1997. In January year 1998, 2G mobile network started operating with a 0935 mobile number. In May year 2000, Taiwan Fixed Network was established and got the Fixed Network Service license in year 2001. In May year 2005, Taiwan Mobile introduced the leading 3G services of the wideband CDMA system, and it's the start of 3G video era. In April year 2007, Taiwan Mobile merged Taiwan Fixed Network, a cable company, Taiwan Fixed Media, and Taiwan Telecommunication Network, and got the management right of these three companies. In June year 2014, Taiwan Mobile introduced 4G and started providing 4G services. In July year 2020, Taiwan Mobile launched 5G services for the open possible. In December year 2020, Taiwan Mobile deployed 6,000 5G base stations. That was the leading of all the operators in Taiwan. In March year 2021, Taiwan Mobile earned 6,000 5G subscribers. The corporate business service that Taiwan Mobile many offers are in the following three categories. The first one is mobile network services, mobile broadband internet, cloud games. Taiwan Mobile co-works with NVIDIA to provide the GeoForce Now games, and co-work with the Riot Games to provide the League of Legends serious games. Momo e-commerce. Momo is a company that is 100% owned by Taiwan Mobile. Taiwan Mobile provide Momo the first pass B2B2C service when 5G service launched last year. My serious services, my video, my music, my book. Smart Stadium. The mother company of Taiwan Mobile is Fubang Group. Fubang owns two professional teams. One is the Fubang Guardian baseball team, and its home count is in New Taipei, Xinzhuang Baseball Stadium. The other one is Taipei Fubang Braves basketball team, and its home game is Taipei Heping Basketball Stadium. These two smart stadiums use the service of immersive virtual reality 360 live broadcast, 4K ultra high density video, and multi-view video streaming, 3D real-time replay, and the coming AR and MR services, VO, multi-access edge computing technology, and so on. The second one is TWN Broadband. It's a brand name of cable network services, cable broadband internet, cable digital TV, pay channel. Since some customers don't want to pay the whole cable monthly fee because they don't watch all of the channels, the customer can choose this pay-as-you-go service to select the specific channels they want. 5G plus Wi-Fi 6 bundle service is so-called 好数成双. It's a service that the customer can use 5G network service outdoor and Wi-Fi 6 with fiber at home. The customer just only need to pay a mobile monthly fee. The cable broadband internet with Wi-Fi 6 is for free, and home security and so on. The third one, TWN Solution, is the brand name of fixed enterprise services, fixed mobile broadband internet, mobile office, cloud PBX. The customer smartphones can be as an extended number of office PSTN lines, data center cloud service, cyber security, 5G enterprise private network, and so on. The usage rate of IPv6 as of March year 2021, Taiwan had a rank number 7 in world's ranking with 51% usage rate. Taiwan Mobile's IPv6 usage rate had reached 72%. For your reference, the picture on the right is the growth chart of Taiwan Mobile's IPv6 usage rate. This is the current situation of Taiwan Mobile on IPv6 connection section and traffic throughput as of March year 2021. IPv6 connection section had reached 3.6 million. IPv6 traffic throughput had reached 395 gigabits per second. Taiwan Mobile has co-worked with many global content delivery network companies. Take Facebook as an example. As of March year 2021, the statistics showed that in year 2019, the utilization rate of IPv6 was 66%. in March year 2021, the utilization rate of IPv6 has come to 87%. This is my final slide today about current challenge and future perspective. We came up with 3 conclusions. The first one is the upgrade from 4G to 5G. Because of the intensive competition among 5 telecom operators in Taiwan and the influence of 4G all-you-can-eat rate plan, the user of 4G have gradually saturated. Besides, 4G medium and low-end smartphone don't support IPv6. Only 5G smartphone support IPv6 and V4, V6 dual stack. So it's a critical issue to every telecom operator to figure out how to upgrade their 4G users to 5G immediately. If this upgrade succeeds, the usage rate of IPv6 will increase. These are 2 phases of strategy that Taiwan Mobile will conduct. Phase 1, we will encourage 4G medium and low-end smartphone users to upgrade to 5G when their contracts expire. However, if the user rejects this upgrade because of the price of 5G smartphone, we will advise this user to try a 4G high-end smartphone in a cheaper discounted price package. In this way, we can not only help some users upgrade to 5G, but also increase the usage rate of IPv6 from the support of IPv6 and V4 dual stack of 4G high-end smartphone. Phase 2, when the price of 5G smartphone becomes more acceptable and agreeable, we can encourage the users to upgrade. At that time, not only the user can enjoy some higher speed and low latency internet service, the usage rate of IPv6 will increase as well. The second one is IoT device increase the usage rate of IPv6. Although there is already device for 4G, it faces 2 problems. The first one is because the design of IoT software did not consider the interworking with the network side. So it occasionally faces some overloading problem of massive signal registration. The second problem is because the cost of IoT device is cheap. When it leaves the factory, only the electrical character tests are considered. Therefore, without a complete wireless radio signaling strength, quality, and narrow access test of protocol signaling, it can trouble the telecom operators. 4G, most of the 4G IoT devices don't support IPv6 because of low cost issue. The usage rate of IPv6 will increase significantly if 5G IoT device support IPv6 in the future. As for future prospect of these 2 problems, there are 3 service scenarios that 5G defines: enhanced mobile broadband, ultra-reliable low latency, and massive machine-type communication. Among them, massive machine-type communication, one of the service scenarios of 5G is designed for IoT device. After the technique of 5G massive machine type communication, going with narrow slicing becomes more mature. The problem of massive signal registration can be solved. About the second problem in the future, 5G IoT device will have the past experience of 4G. So we hope to strike a balance between costs and quality. Besides the electrical character tests, we will put more attention to the better design of signaling strength, quality, and protocol signaling for the wireless radio, also with a strict narrow access test from telecom operators. The usage rate of IPv6 will increase. And the second problem can be solved as well. The third one is B2B and B2B2C business expansion. Enhance mobile broadband. One of the service scenario of 5G is the extension of 4G. The new ultra-reliable low-latency communication and massive machine type communication belong to the business of B2B and B2B2C. In order to let 5G improve substantially, Taiwan Mobile will work its magic in mobile services to combine Momo's merit in e-commerce and integrate the resources of the company. At the same time, we will upgrade users' experience to boost the improvement for the usage rate of IPv6. This is my presentation for today. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Is there any question about the presentations for our speakers? I personally have a question for Mr. Jeff Houston. Do you believe or foresee the IPv4 will be eventually phased out? And when might it happen?
Thank you for that question. Do I believe that IPv4 will eventually be phased out, and when might that happen? And I suppose in some ways, I don't think it's ever going to go away. And part of the reason is we're still going to use it because it's implemented on billions and billions of end devices. But we used to use it as a globally significant addressed device. In other words, you can always reach me if my device has a v4 address. I don't think that's true today, and it certainly won't be true in the near future for almost any device. But v4 will be locally important because there's just so much of it around. And so in so many ways, I think local environments, closed environments like home environments, my car might still have v4 inside it for that kind of limited use. When you want to move into the larger networking domain, the question is, how are we going to do that? Now, right now, of course, when you use a mixture of v4 with NATs and increasingly v6, those are the options today. It's not clear where we go, but I'm like, there are a few CDNs, content data networks, that I think are truly interesting. And the ones that are truly interesting use anycast addresses. So the way this kind of works is I go to some content from where I am in Australia, and I get an address for me and an address for the content that is locally in Australia. So address 1 talks to address 2. But when I go to Taipei and I go to the same content, I will get a different IP address from my NAT provider. And oddly enough, my content will have a different IP address. And the application will actually connect it up to the same content. And so addresses don't mean what they used to mean. They're not identity anymore. And what this means is that the world we're moving towards might not necessarily be a world that has global addressing anymore. We might not need to have it because we're actually building a client-server world, not a peer-to-peer world. And clients don't need addresses permanently. They just borrow an address, use it for a while, and send it back. And so that's the tension going on here. But if I was a network operator, I can't wait. I've got a problem today, not tomorrow, today. I haven't got enough V4 addresses. I've got lots and lots of clients. I'd like more. I want to do a 5G rollout. We've got no choice. We have to do V6 rollouts right here, right now. At the same time, the content folk need to understand that standing up content in V4 only is not acceptable. We have to move off V4 dependency because we just can't keep this working at the volume we're working at the cost we're working at, trying to keep NATs working in V6. So we're right that right now we're moving to V6. And I think that's sort of writing on the wall that's inevitable. But that's not the end point. It is really not the end point. The content folk are rewriting networking under our very eyes. And this whole issue with moving intelligence up into the application layer, moving transport from TCP to QUIC, actually says something quite fundamental about our network architecture, which is why I'm saying name-based architectures are the future for where we're going in 10 years' time. And so V6 is kind of what you've got to do today, absolutely. But it's not going to be the end goal. This is going to keep on moving, and we will be moving into more and more name-based with local addressing-based systems. So that's sort of my big vision anyway. Some others might disagree, but that's certainly where I see it at the moment. So thank you for the question.
Thank you, Jeff. Is there any question? If none, I would like to close this session. And we know IPv6 deployment plays an important role in the development of the internet. And this session brought us informative and forward-looking views about IPv6 deployment. And thank you for joining this session, and thank you our speakers, and this session is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lin, for moderating the session, and also thank you to all panelists for your very informative presentation. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our first day forum. Thank you very much for your participation. We look forward to more fruitful discussions in the forum tomorrow. Thank you very much once again, and see you tomorrow.